Good morning, everyone. Goeiemorgen. Sani Bonani. For the Venda people. Al-Kaaba. Insan. Klinkwas. Nama. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. My name is Lenkie Jaars. My name is Lenkie Jaars. And I'm going to be your MC for today. You know, one thing, if you don't dance every day, I'm telling you this, 2 minutes of dancing, it makes me want to jog. It feels like you can even hear in the voice now. But it's so nice to be here. Be welcome. Do you feel welcome? Give yourself a good round of applause. I'm going to be your MC for today at this very auspicious event. We are celebrating today Gamsberg mine, which is more than a mine. Gamsberg, which is the flagship of Vedanta Zinc International. So a warm, heartfelt welcome from everybody at Gamsberg. In Afrikaans, I would have said, so ek moet julle nou leer hande klap ook na. So, please enjoy this day with us, because this is such a special day. You know, when you drive on the N14, I don't know about you, but there's just something like jumping inside of me when I drive to this part of the country on the N14 and I see the development that has taken place. This is phenomenal, absolutely fantastic. Woohoo, Gamsberg. We also observe all protocol. Later, we will be joined by the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, together with the Premier of the Northern Cape, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, as well as Minister Gwede Mentashe, who is the Minister of Mineral Resources in this beautiful country of South Africa. Together with our VVIP guest is also the Chairman of Vedanta Zinc International, Mr. Anil Agarwal. I hope I'm saying it correctly. I'm trying to say it Indian so it doesn't sound like I don't say it correctly. Julle kan maar lag, is all right. And then also we are going to be joined by Mr. Venkat, who is the CEO of Vedanta Zinc International, as well as Mrs. Dashni Naidu, who is the CEO of Zinc International. Then, ladies and gentlemen, also all protocol observed, we recognize the presence of dignitaries also in the house today. We have MECs, we have people from different spheres, different government departments is also here today, different mining houses, as well as all media, international media, local media, as well as national media. People, you must give a great hand of applause for the media. Then, ladies and gentlemen, ek gaan nog vir die hele dag baie praat. You know, when I was still a student and I was doing marketing for the place where I was working, they referred to me as the PRO of the company. So, but somebody else changed it to say, nee man, Lenkie is die praat regtig onophoudelik van die campus. So I'm going to keep you company for quite a while today. So I don't want to do all the talking. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Sean Jenneke from Gamsberg Mine, or from BMC. He is the development manager and he's going to do a PowerPoint presentation with us. And after Mr. Jenneke is finished, then we will see each other again. But enjoy yourselves, be welcome, be at home, smile at each other. All of you, you're looking so lovely. Angela kan vir my ook smile and say, jy lyk lekker.
Good morning, everyone. I had the privilege of greeting you all at the gate. So for us at Vedanta Zinc International and Black Mountain Complex and Gamsberg in particular, it's a fantastic opportunity for us to host you all here in our part of the world. Just a quick story. When Vedanta acquired the assets in 2010, we had a launch in Aggeneys, 2011. And one of the first things that was mentioned at the time was, Gamsberg is going to come very soon. Now, what makes it exciting for us is that Gamsberg has now changed its call sign. It used to be known as the largest undeveloped zinc deposit in the world. It's now a mine, and we are very proud of it. In terms of my role today, I just quickly want to share with you a bit of in terms of the safety brief. We will talk briefly through our HSE philosophy, and then just touch on the emergency preparedness in terms of the evacuation procedure, and then lastly, just in terms of if you need any additional assistance. So in terms of our first slide, we at Vedanta, we base our health, safety, and environment philosophy on 3 pillars, which talks about zero harm, talks about zero waste, and it talks about zero discharge. And that is largely founded on our values, which is integrity, respect, trust, and care, and then innovation, excellence, and entrepreneurship. And together with those values, we actually managed to get this beautiful mine up and running. Now, what does it mean for us? We really believe that all injuries are preventable. And you also see our mascots. Hopefully some of you saw Smarty as you came in. And it really founded on that principle of care. Because once we care for each other, we realize, that we can look after one another, be our brother and sister's keeper, and make sure we don't injure anyone or the environment. Okay, so following slide. You can just quickly talk briefly about vehicles. No, please, one back. Just in terms of vehicles and pedestrian safety. As we sit here, we are actually operating at the moment, so the mine is running. So please be aware if you are walking in and around the site. Important for pedestrians. Please don't assume that you are seen, and please do not walk and talk on your cell phone or text. We have had accidents where people slipped and fell in the recent past, so just be aware, and then make sure, if you're in the vehicles, please make sure we make use of your safety belts. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are sitting now, you're looking at the evacuation plan. So directly in front of me at the back is one of the main exits. And as you are sitting to my left, and at the back to the right there, those are the main exits in case of emergency. You will then proceed to a assembly point as indicated on the 4 corners. And if you go to the next slide, please. So if you're looking at from a sort of plan view, you can see that we have the yellow triangles indicating the emergency assembly points, as well as where the paramedics are located. So just in terms of personal assistance, as I mentioned, we have paramedics available on site. If you need to use the restrooms, you need to access on my right to the doors. We have portable restrooms available there. You just need to remember to then re-enter from the front entrance. In addition to that, there is a smoking area outside for you. Right, and that's me. I hope you enjoy the day, and let's make a successful one. Thank you very much.
Make some noise! Let's scream!
Kan ons weer 'n lekker hande klap gee vir meneer Sean Jenneke van BMC Development, hy is die Development Manager. Die musiek is so lekker. You can't help it, even if you can't. Waka, 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 waka. You feel it, no? Daar sê. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are a community of people. And part of this community is the Aggeneys Community Choir. At Gamsberg, we believe in community. Because if it was not for communities, where would we have been? So, ladies and gentlemen, as a proud Namakwalander, ek is 'n Namakwalander. Ek hou maar net van hoog praat. Julle weet 'n mens skiep mos so 'n paar draaie. Maar as 'n Namakwalander, we have exquisite talent. And what you're going to see here today is part of the true, raw Namakwa talent. And this is my good friend Jan. Wonderful. We are just going to have a live. Ons gaan gou oor na daar waar die president nou is. Kyk, ek kan amper nog sê 'n live broadcast. I'm used to live broadcast because I'm in the media industry. So we are going to see what the president is up to now. Are you ready? He's here on the grounds. Ladies and gentlemen, you know most how it is. We have been crossing over live. We can see they are busy there. And as we can see also on the screen, the president is still greeting some people, you know. It's been a long time maybe that they've seen each other. And you know mos how us Namakwalanders is when it comes to greeting. Dit sou ons wil van hy mense wat jou groet tot by die kar en dan groet ons jou nog weg ook nog. So let's just give them chance to do all the meetings and greetings. So I wanted to say you've heard that nice song that was just playing now. So when I entered, I was doing it was now in a nice Bollywood style. But who said Indians can't quite do? So ladies and gentlemen, this is here on the premises, not very far from where we are. So it is very, very close by where this beautiful building is. And last year, I think it was by December. So for me, this mine lies very close to my heart. So I've been here for a media visit last year. And it was really my first time being at the mine. You know, I can say last year when I met Gamsberg and the people from here, but it looks like something is happening there. Ek knip my story kort, but I will come again with the story. Né? As you can see, just follow on the screen. Warm hand of applause once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the inauguration of Gamsberg Mine. What a wonderful occasion. Woohoo! I like my woohoos. I don't know where it's coming from, but maybe it's from my Cape Town kant, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, that Gamsberg is a mine that believes in community. And part of that is today we have beautiful singers here. As I said, the Makwaland is a diverse man. Ons voel amper soos 'n country op ons eie. Because we are so talented. So we have singers here.
I haven't killed it yet, but the screen cut.
And these people can sing. Now, for people like me who are an emotional person, you need to have a tissue. Net die toilet pampiri, a tissue. Because they are going to sing and they are going to melt every heart with their beautiful singing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for a beautiful choir, local, but on an international 007 standard. Put your hands together for Aggeneys Community Choir.
Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Ngegama leNkosi. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Ngegama leNkosi. Nithini, nithini. Nithini, nithini. Nithini, nithini, egama leNkosi. Nithini, nithini. Nithini, nithini. Nithini, nithini, egama leNkosi. Thethani, thethani. Thethani, thethani. Thethani, thethani, egama leNkosi. Thethani, thethani. Thethani, thethani. Thethani, thethani, egama leNkosi. You, 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 you. You, 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 you. You, 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 you. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Egama leNkosi. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Molweni, molweni. Egama leNkosi.
Yo oh oh, 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 yo oh oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm, warm hand of applause for the Aggeneys Community Choir together with the Mzansi Youth Choir. Man, they can sing. Ek het julle gesê as aan 'n Makwalander begin sing, dan wil julle later hê ons moet ophou nie. Maar ons het mos ook we got our different ways of singing also in 'n Makwaland. But I will come to that later. But ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, we've been talking about this grand event that is today about a mine called Gamsberg, which is the flagship of Vedanta Zinc International, which is the talk of the town. I mean, Gamsberg. Whom of you haven't heard about Gamsberg? But I think it's by time that we introduce you to this mine that we are celebrating today. A mine that has made a tremendous change around the N14 in the Kaima district, but also in the Northern Cape. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to showcase you a video, an introduction to say this is how it looks at Gamsberg mine. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see also, some of our dignitaries are also entering the building. Some of the district mayor is there of the Namakwa district. I also saw one of the MECs. So ladies and gentlemen, also part of the protocol of our beautiful region of the Northern Cape. But for now, let's cross over to Gamsberg.
There's never a dull moment dealing with people and organizations involved or affected by mining activities. New challenges always arise. I like the fact that I can learn something new each day. It's a reward in and of itself. Vedanta Zinc International is committed to empowering our communities, to skills development, and to creating substantial and lasting economic opportunities. We have made significant strides towards ensuring economic growth in the Namakwa district, especially in the Kaima municipal area where we operate. We've invested close to 80 million rand over the last 5 years on training and social projects aimed at skills development, education, health, enterprise development, and municipal infrastructure support. All of these projects, of course, are prioritized according to local needs. Spent towards local businesses in Kaima and Namakwa local municipalities increased from 183 million in 2014 to 263 million in 2017. Let me share some details of some of our key CSR projects. Black Mountain again partnered for a third year in a row with the Northern Cape Department of Health, South African National AIDS Council, and Pink Drive in August 2018 to provide free health services in our host communities. Now this is taking health services to 5 towns in a 100-kilometer radius. Now this happened mainly at schools, covering cancer, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, social care, and lifestyle. Access to the internet is an integral part of modern day-to-day life. The Premier of the Northern Cape officiated the launch of VZI's free community Wi-Fi initiative. We call it V-Fi in the Kaima area in mid-August 2018. The first phase of this initiative consisted of the establishment of 2 hotspots in each of Aggeneys, Pella, and Pofadder, which allows all community members, now around 7,500 people, free access to the internet.
So one of the hotspots here in Pofadder is at the school. So it's very convenient for us. And it's on like 24 hours, so you can do whatever you want. And for instance, use it regularly to check if the applications to the universities are open already, so that I can do my applications online. Wi-Fi is awesome.
The rollout of the Broad-Based Livelihood Program, in short BBL, one of our key community projects, commenced in December 2018 with kick-off meetings with various stakeholders, including local government and community members. This project aims to benefit more than 2,000 households, enabling a person or household to systematically improve as producers to attain food security and stability, income generators by selling, saving, and adding value, entrepreneurs by getting better at managing the business side of their production and sales, and of course, employees, where they start to pay family, neighbors, and others to work for or with them. I'm extremely proud to be associated with Vedanta Zinc International, championing our reputation, principles, and positions of our operations. I appreciate the opportunities to be part of a bigger picture and contribute to the long-term future of the business and the society we operate in.
Phase 1 is already the largest single-stream zinc plant globally. Phase 2 will see an additional investment of another $350 million as we increase ore production to 8 million tons per annum and concentrate production to 450,000 tons per annum. As part of Vedanta's operating philosophy, the intention was always to produce metal in South Africa. With that in mind, in parallel with the Phase 2 mine and plant, we are assessing the feasibility of developing a modular smelter refinery beneficiation complex, which would represent an estimated direct capital investment of some $800 million over a period of 3 years. The additional input material required for and the co-products generated from that development will enable further regional and even national industrialization. It also has the potential to create significant employment, possibly as many as 4,000 jobs during construction. The development of a smelter refinery at Gamsberg will make it the first integrated zinc manufacturing facility in South Africa and the largest in Africa. We are currently evaluating a variety of options to make the smelter a reality. To name some, the first scenario is constructing the smelter in the Northern Cape in the Gamsberg area, which will create a significant spillover and multiplier effect. The need for significant power availability has the potential to drive the development of both solar and wind power producers. Vedanta is working with government to create a special economic zone which will support and stimulate this vision. Another scenario currently being evaluated would be to build a refinery at a port such as Port Nolloth, Saldanha Bay, or Richards Bay. The sulfuric acid produced, an estimated 350,000 tons per year, could then be used to create a fertilizer industry, both for import and export. Each of these scenarios pose unique advantages, opportunities, and challenges, which are being assessed for the greater economic benefit. South Africa has not seen development on this scale for the last 20 years. For this dream to become a reality, we will need power security and a competitive tariff, an offtake for the 1,000 tons per day of sulfuric acid that this plant will produce, and an efficient freight transport solution. All of this will have to be supported by a progressive spatial development plan for the region, one which will let us build housing as well as develop the town as close to the complex as possible to enable our communities to thrive. All of this, together with the available beneficiation incentives, will allow the capital-intensive Gamsberg project to weather the ups and downs of the commodity cycle. When the development of Phase 2 begins, it will create a host of benefits for local communities and for South Africa as a whole. Our estimates suggest that the project phase will generate a once-off contribution to GDP of around 4.3 billion rands. Once the project is operational, we estimate that it will generate around 6.4 billion rands per annum. This is excluding the tax revenue that it will generate. The project will touch the lives of thousands of people. We estimate that up to 12,000 direct and indirect jobs will be created.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a short introduction to Gamsberg mine. What I can also add about Gamsberg mine, especially for the Northern Cape, as we are in the Northern Cape province, Gamsberg has the potential to trigger a new wave of industrial and economic development in the Northern Cape. Gamsberg is one of the most digitally advanced mines in South Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, I met the two robots. I will not tell you who they are, but they are very fine. You can, I don't know if when you are going to come to this region again, but one thing I can tell you, this is a top-notch mine. So we can clap for them again. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the Kaima region. This is part of the broader Namakwaland. Now, Kaima, for me, when you say Kaima, I think of dates of dadels. Because hier kry jy die lekkerste dadels wat jy kan eet in die Kaima region. Now, besides the fact that they are known for their delicious dates, this is also a region who is a region full of culture. Now, part of the culture here is what we call the namastap. Don't ask me to namastap, then I won't stop. So what we are going to do now, we have beautiful children here from the Pella Intermediate School who's going to do this beautiful dance with us. And when you talk about namastap, then you know you talk about the people from Pella. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dance now. Sit julle voete, julle kan maar voetjies opklop, is baie lekker musiek for the Pella Intermediate School. Gentlemen, once again, Pella Intermediate School. Daar is no culture, daar is no die Nama dance. And I don't know, I think these children, they must teach me how to do it. Full op kolle vir my, ek het twee linkervoete. So when we look at them, all that you want to do is you want to dance. There's a song that I love so much. The name of the song is Pella Toe. So when I hear Pella Toe, my mense, dan wil ek net na die rooi sand toe. This is what they call it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call Miss Janneke, who is the teacher and who is also the one who's been training these kids to dance so beautiful. Can we please put our hands together for this lovely, lovely lady? And she's going to explain to us what we just saw on stage. Thank you very much. Don't worry. You can teach me so long how to dance. Which foot first? You must...
Goeiemôre almal.
Goeiemôre.
Die Namastap is 'n tradisionele dans. Soos ons weet, dis eie aan ons omgewing. En ons in Pella is baie lief vir die Namastap. Ons wil nie hê dit moet uitsterf nie. Daarom dra ons dit oor aan die jonger geslagte. Die dans is eintlik 'n hofmakery. En as dit 'n stadiger ritme is, dan sal jy eintlik die fynspel daarvan kan sien. Ons dans ook hierdie dans wanneer ons blydskap toon, en vandag toon ons groot blydskap om die amptelike opening van Gamsberg myn kan by te woon en dit te kan vier. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, juffrou. Baie dankie. So what she was basically saying, the dance is all about courting. So it's a courtship dance. You see the boys dancing with the girls. So it's about, ek like jou kwai, like J May. So it's about that. And then she was also saying, they dance the dance. This dance, they are dancing when they are happy. And today they are happy because of the official opening of the Gamsberg mine. That's very cool, eh? Let's give the teacher a lekker hande klap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for, once again, we are going for a video. And after the video, we have a nice surprise for you. So stay tuned on the screen. Once again, Gamsberg, Vedanta, digitalize everything.
Gamsberg is leading the mining industry into the digital industrial age. This Greenfields project provided the perfect opportunity to set it up from the start as a digitally enabled mine. Digitalization helps to unlock the hidden potential of the operations and in the business and enables higher profitability. At Vedanta, we are very passionate about people-centric technology. Digitalization frees up people to be their best and to do more value-adding work and to keep them safe. Our vision for Gamsberg is to have a fully integrated operational system across the entire value chain and into our business systems. And we believe that that will give us the ability to use analytics and intelligence to bring the best out of the business. Digitalization enables safe and sustainable mining. Our collision awareness system that we are using uses analytics and sensors to track vehicle movement, and it alerts vehicle operators when they are approaching other vehicles, people, unsafe environments, as well as our uniquely protected environmental protected area. For our smart ore movement project, we are actually using this vehicle tracking data in an innovative way to track the ore and material coming out of the mine as it goes to the stockpile and into the crusher. This enables us, amongst other things, to build more granular stockpile grade models, which then informs our blending process, which is very key for Gamsberg, given its complex geology. One of the key elements of this project was to create a digital twin of our mining operations and its spatial data. That means integrating all our spatial data from the mine planning process, from geology, from the survey department, as well as from the mining operational teams, and creating a single source of truth from a mine model perspective.
To be able to do that, you need to have that information at hand. And therefore, you need to make these measurements that's not traditionally been made on these plants, so that you have all the information at hand to do the data analytics in the background, which is part of what the overall sort of digital drive is on the plant, so that the relevant people get the information when required and can make the decisions with regards to what changes to make to achieve the recoveries or yields required.
Automated spatial reporting of production parameters as well as quality of mining parameters allows us to take timely decisions, to take fast action and improve people productivity. Our key performance indicators are made available to operational teams and management in a single pane of glass view of operations. That covers the mining side as well as the plant and health, safety and environmental parameters that we are tracking. Going forward, it's about more than creating dashboards. It really is about giving the operational teams a platform for continuous operational performance management and improvement. And that means we need tools for collaboration, for analytics and for analytics management, as well as for the continuous optimization. We're very excited about our roadmap that we have planned for the Gamsberg digitalization journey. It includes dynamic metal balancing, integrated planning, smart shovels, and smart drills that will all be incorporated into this system that we have created. It is about enhancing people's ability to do their job at the best level of what they can. And we are trying to make sure that where they are at work, that they are working safely. And I believe this will not just help us be more effective, but it will help people have greater job satisfaction because they are enabled digitally to do their jobs better. Gamsberg is absolutely more than a mine. It is the future of mining. It is a digital mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you? One of South Africa's most digitalized mines. You know, sometimes I'm also an Afrikaans-speaking person. Now, when you speak Afrikaans, I can speak it nicely. Man, ek praat hom so met smaak, het smaak amper soos ek eet hom. But when it comes to English, English has a way, man. It makes you to trip sometimes on the tongue. So when I was still a student, we called it slippery of the tongue because English is not our first language. Now this word digitally or digitalized, man, I couldn't say that. I said tiki-kiki, tiki-kiki, tiki-kiki. Then I said, okay, I'm going to say it slow. I tried it slowly and slowly and slowly. And now I've mastered it. So you can also give me a great hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, one can really be proud of what we've been seeing happening here over this past few years. I don't think anybody thought that we will be at such an event today, but here we are. So, and one thing that I've also witnessed is we see a lot of ladies, a lot of women in mining. So ladies, yeah. Nou, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, I told you that we have a nice surprise up our sleeves also. And the next artist is somebody who has been on our TV screens, especially in the year 2012. For those people who are like me, who like watching idols. Ja man, ons kan sing, ons is 'n lekker sing nation. So I like watching idols. And this particular artist is somebody who ended, or with soulful voice, earned him the top 3 spot in idols during 2012. I just want to see, whom of you like watching the idols competition? Don't be shy. Me, my hand is first. And ek staan voor. Anybody who's watching idols? Woohoo! Lekker man. Now I want to ask you. So if you are watching idols, then you must also be familiar with the guys and the girls who've been singing in this nice South African competition. So I want to ask you, who won Idols 2012? That is a quiz, quickly. Thank you, Baba. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the top 3, the guy who earned himself the spot in the top 3, a guy with a soulful voice. He's one of those people, his voice dragging you into the song. He makes you to feel so comfortable, and he makes you to want to be with him where he is in that song. And ladies and gentlemen, this is somebody by the name of Mr. Mondo Musutwana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a great, great hand of applause. I love you.
Do. Do, 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 do. Let me see you take your fingers, just like that, in the air. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. This hit that ice cold me shall fight for that white gold. This walk with them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. They got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. They got to kiss myself. I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Got a police and a fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon want to retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money, break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we win the spot. I don't believe me, just watch. Ha! Don't believe me, just watch. Ha! Don't believe me, just watch. I don't believe me, just watch. I don't believe me, just watch. I don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 oh, stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, pour some liquor in it. Take a sip, sign a check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we don't show out. Smoother than a fresh down Skippy. I'm too hot. Call the police and a fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon want to retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money, break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. I don't believe me, just watch. Ha! Don't believe me, just watch. Ha! Don't believe me, just watch. believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 oh! All right, is everybody still here? Let me hear you clap your hands. 1, 2, 3, and uptown, funk it up. Uptown, funk it up. Well, let me hear you go. Uptown, funk it up. Let me see those hands. Come on, don't be shy. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on now. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexy, then flaunt it. If you talk about it, don't flaunt it. If you sexy, don't want it. Come on, dance, don't own it. If you sexy, then own it. Yeah, Saturday night and we win the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Ha! Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 oh! Uptown, funk you up. 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 Yeah. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Yeah. Uptown, funk you up. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Whoa. Uptown, funk you up. All right, with this next one, I'm sure all of you remember the song. I'll be coming around here, coming down and picking up some beautiful ladies to dance with. Can I have the house lights on, please? I'm gonna start with you here. Yeah? Come on. Sing with me. All right. It's not strong enough, but you can do it better. Come on. Sing it. Hey. Oh. Celebrate good times. Come on. Isn't she beautiful? Celebrate good times. Come on. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. Thank you. We're gonna celebrate this party with you. Come on, let's celebrate. We're gonna celebrate and have a good time. Come on. Yeah, I see one person moving his feet in the whole entire table. Celebrate and have a good time. Can the gentleman here just tap? It's time we come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world. Come on! Yeah! 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 There's a party every time. Celebrate good time. Come on! Let me hear you sing it for me. 1, 2, 3, and I think there's a guy who wants my job here. 2, 3, sing it. Party on, good year. A dedication to last throughout the years. And let's forget the words. Bring your good times. Have your laughter too. We gonna celebrate this party with you. Oh, and let's celebrate. We gonna celebrate and have a good time. Come on, celebrate. Yeah, we gonna celebrate this party with you. It's time we come together. It's up to you. Don't be shy.
That's your pleasure.
Everyone around the world. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sing with me. 1 and come on. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Let me hear you sing it for me. Come on. Yeah. Come on. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. Sing. I can't hear you. Let's celebrate. I know you know the song. Oh, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. Come on now. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Hey. Celebration. Celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. These are good times, yeah. In Vedanta, yeah. Come on. These are good times. Here in Gamsberg, yeah. Good times, come on. Yeah. Celebrate. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Yeah. Let's celebrate. Yeah, let's celebrate. Hey, yeah, come on, yeah. Let's celebrate. Oh, celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. Thank you.
Mr. Monday, what a celebration. Thank you very much. Because this is what today is about. It's a celebration. We are celebrating the official inauguration of Gamsberg Mine. Awesome. Let's give him another hand, man. Nou, maar dis waarvan ek hou, want dis is wat I like. Hy het so 'n bietjie gemove en ek het gesien hoe die mense dit gelike. Is net smiles hier op die groot screens. Voel amper soos die TV, né? Julle kan maar lag, is reg. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say the following. When you are visiting Zambia and you make use of public transport, now what they call there is time buses. Now, there's certain buses that are defined as time buses, like Mashando, as well as Shalom bus services. So I want to say today, we are like Shalom and Mashando there in Zambia. We are like a time bus, right on time. Julle kan maar aan klap ook weer, man. As was because you have a lekker MC like me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite you now into a story. We are going to have beautiful actors, dancers that are going to invite you to come into this play with them. Now, here at Gamsberg Mine, we are... Hoe kan 'n mens nou sê, nou moet ek daarom Afrikaans praat, want ek moet nou, as ek nou Engels wil gepraat, dan sal my ma gesê het, wat sê jy nou eintlik? I can see these Afrikaans speaking people who understand that, because mama so regtig gevra het, wat sê jy, verduidelik, of sê die woordeboek. She would have asked, give me the dictionary to explain what we are talking about here. But this is a play, and the lady who's going to be the storyteller is somebody who has the capacity to draw you in. Her name is Baletsi Tsatsi, and she is a child from the soil of the Northern Cape. Daar wil hulle ons verkoop, né? Julle kan hande klap vir daai ene. When they came out with that thing to say they want to sell us to Namibia, then I said, well, a cappella, we've got Gamsberg. So sell us, it's okay. But now, ladies and gentlemen, on a very serious note, this is a story about the sun, the moon, and the stars. This is inspired tales and fables of the San people. So we have people here all the way from the Kalahari. I'm telling you, you are going to be drawn in by what you are going to see here today. So ladies and gentlemen, and everything that you are seeing here on stage today, all the beautiful choreography, julle hierdie Engelse woorde. Smaak as weer 'n wiptong. All of this has been choreographed by a talented man. He's a world-renowned choreographer, and his name is Gregory Makoma. I think let's give Gregory also a great hand of applause. So what is going to happen here, dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be dragged into, we are going to be introduced by the sun, the moon, and the stars. I'm trying to think now who doesn't say the, but the. So they are going to, and I welcome them on stage. First of all, world-renowned musician, Pops Mohammed. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the talented Mr. Pops Mohammed. He's going to be joined by the Makwa dancers. He's going to be joined by Baletsi. Going to be joined by the beautiful family all the way from the Kalahari. Let's welcome you all into the future. Man, ek verseker ek mos my bly.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Welcome to the future. Let us take a journey into the mystical past, where you shall find your future. A future of love, peace, and understanding, where we will give our love and respects to the unborn babies of tomorrow. I'm talking about the Nelson Mandelas of the world, the Dalai Lama, Mahatma Gandhi, Winnie Mandela, Helen Suzman, Albertina Sisulu, Maya Angelou, Mary of the Maroons. You see, they stand for what you and I could be. Stretching before me like a galaxy of stars into entities of the unknown. For you will never know where you're going to unless you know where you're coming from. And this is your future. You are now a child of a destiny. And I'd love to welcome you to your own 21st century. With love, peace, understanding, tranquility, your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. And I also believe one day when I die, I shall become a dream. A dream of the past, the present, and the future. And now, I'd love to welcome you to your own 21st century and mystical experiences. Welcome to the future. Ayo. Ayo. Welcome to the future.
One day I traveled to a place I had never been to before. I traveled through the Milky Way, blanketed by the southern Pleiades, embraced by the Cossack Nebula and the Omega Centauri. Oh, and the generosity of the Eta Carinae, the stars up in the sky twinkling, the color of zinc, making the night beautiful. And in this time, I landed in Gamsberg. Oh, the southern hemisphere, the most beautiful night sky known to man. The birthplace of my ancestors, the home place of dreams, the safe house of visions, and the inspiration for those who care. Ja, dit was in hierdie sprokieswêreld van Gamsberg, waar ek die maan die heel eerste keer gesien het. I found the elders of the town and I introduced myself. Dumelang. Goeienaand. I am the map maker, a descendant of the ancient time travelers. Those who came before me, they named the stars and they carved the mountains. Maar ek is op soek. I am in search for a light much greater than that of the stars. The men and women who were sitting around a fire, they started a song. Nabe, kokore, nabe, kokore, nabe, kokore, unisibe, nabe, kokore, nabe, kokore, nabe, kokore. And the children clapped their hands to guide the song. The men and women, they chanted at every pause. And then the young maidens, they danced as though in a trance. Demand, said an old man from behind me. I nodded my head in the same trance as that of the dancing maidens, and then he pointed to an isolated hut, and right on top of it was Demand, the moon ngwedi, lighting the hut as a spotlight lights a superstar. That was the largest independent power producer in their world, lighting the path for the hunters and for the animals of the night. And then the song died down and everyone bowed before the old man and sang him praises. The old man sat right next to me. We didn't always have the moon map maker. He started with a voice as soothing as the sound of the ocean. But we always had the stars, and we always had values. We had trust, we had innovation, we had entrepreneurship, excellence, integrity, trust, respect, and care. These formed the core of our community. When our elders moved to this land, they knew that this was a rich land. And they knew that one day, one of the world's largest integrated zinc and lead operations will be run from here. They knew that right at the belly of this land is a wealth, and it must be mined with care and responsible stewardship. Mapmaker, the moon was a gift from the gods to my elders after many years of them living in this land. Even though plants could not grow under the moonlight, the men could go further and further to hunt. And the women, they could stay outside longer telling stories and singing songs. And then finally, we could see the Swartberg and the broken hill of our ancestors' stories and people. They had hope that one day there will be a light bright enough for us to start mining the wealth underneath the land. The moon, with its delicate disk, the color of zinc, and its many faces, like the uses of zinc, is to give us hope that one day a light much brighter than this soon comes. It is here to assure us that we will soon mine the wealth underneath the land. Mapmaker, as you draw a map of both time and place, mention that the light will be seen here first. En hierdie sprokieswêreld van Gamsberg. First in the distance, and then right in the middle of the sky. Hey,
away, away, away. Go, 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 go.
Wow, 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 wow. Absolutely amazing, absolutely stunning. I don't know about you, but it felt like I'm not here. I was somewhere else. I've been transported to a place called Vedanta, Zinc. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but this is a tale of the past. This is a tale of the present and of the future. It's a message of love, peace, and understanding. As hulle dans lekker. Jong, ek het daar nou baie danse vandag. Klomp cultures vandag. I have many cultures today. But this is also a message of hope and of joy for a new dawn that has come across this land. Our take is a promise for a bright future for the people of the Northern Cape. So this is our own 21st century. I want to tell you a little bit about the cast that was performing so beautifully. But don't ask me to perform. I can another story wees. But we had this talented artist, Pops Mohammed. He's a multi-instrumentalist. He is chosen as one of South Africa's 21 icons. Pops Mohammed is an acclaimed multi-instrumentalist and music producer. He has been playing, protecting and nurturing traditional ways of making music in South Africa. Maar hy het ons nou lekker gevat. Dit het nou vir my gesmaak. Ek sit by 'n vuurtjie. Jy weet, en ek sit nou daar met my voorouers. This is how it made me to feel. Toe wil ek ook net hey. So this is what he did. He brought something that is so amazing and heartwarming that they have brought to the stage. Baletsi, I mean the storyteller. She's from Kuruman. Who is here from Kuruman? Anybody from Kuruman in the house? Wonderful. This is the girl from the home ground, Baletsi. She's from Kuruman here in the Northern Cape. She's a storyteller and a writer. In 2018, she was granted the award, or she got the award for emerging storyteller. And she's making her first international storyteller to win this coveted award. And then we also had the lovely dancers all the way from Oukiep. Yeah, man, Dance Garage. They are very, very talented. They have been showcasing their beautiful talent also around the country. They are absolutely amazing. And then we also had a part of these beautiful people. We had the Nubi tribe, all the way from the Kalahari. You know, when I saw them, I just wanted to be with them. And I wanted to try to speak San. But daidang van diktong. You know, my best friend is from Zambia. And she's from the Tonga tribe. So when I visit Zambia, I also want to speak Tonga. Because this is part of the way of communicating and how you open yourself up for other cultures. So I know Mavuka Buti, Muli Buti, and so on. Maar alles is so met the Buti. Now she said to me, don't talk anymore. Your tongue is too heavy. So I have a heavy tongue. I think it's because of the Afrikaans. Because they say every time when we speak, it's all about. I don't know Afrikaans speaking people. Is it true? Do we have money? Die Afrikaanse mense is skaam, you know. Is alright as ons. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not yet finished with this talented cast. They are going to take us now to the next scene. They took us now where? To the moon. Now they are going to take us to the sun. And I hope you are looking forward. I hope you are also being taken by what is being displayed here. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let us all go to the sun. To the stage.
I saw a child toddling out of the hut. Hello, map maker. She quickly greeted and then went on her way. Her eyes were bright with curiosity and her stride was filled with determination. And then she got to her mother and asked, "Ma, where does the sun come from?" Her mother took her by the hand. Her mother led her to the big Kamel boom under which stories are told. And there the song died down and rested in her memory to be sung again when the time is right. And then, with specialist experience and genuine passion, she made an offering to the sun. It was a song of foreign words. And then the story started. On the day of the sun, a great voice boomed from up above. Hey, Koi! The toddling children, the working man and the working woman, they all stood still, captured by this great voice. You have shown the potential to trigger a new wave of industrial and economic development. You have shown the ability and the patience to handle great things. The people fell to their knees. They could not imagine the kind of service that this great voice could give them. Hearing it was enough. It washed away the hurt of many losses, and it placed in their hearts a joy to last for years. Hey, Koi! That is why I have come to light the path for you, to offer myself to you, to serve you. At this moment, the people lie down and their bodies were bursting with excitement. Their eyes were closed, and then the laughter of a child was heard in the distance. The mother's child opened her eyes to hush the child, but then she saw it too. Dormant seeds in the earth felt the warmth of litsatsi, and they pierced through the soil and opened their buds. Their colors were bright and they were varied. The mother burst out laughing, a roaring laughter that forced everyone to open their eyes, and they saw it too. First, in the distance, slowly and gracefully with the skill of seduction, and then up in the sky. Oh, tears of joy began to roll down their cheeks, and their feet almost never touching the ground when dancing.
Gentlemen, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, Aggeneys Community Choir combined with the Mzansi Youth Choir, they have taken us to Cape Town. Mense, was die goeie nou lekker. Ek het amper vergeet ek moet op die stage gaan, want kyk, ek was nou op die Grand Parade in die Kaap. Those of you who know the Grand Parade in die Kaap, this is where these things are happening. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm hand of applause. They took us straight to Cape Town. And now on that note, I have to go to Cape Town this weekend because now, I have to go and eat a bunny chow in the Boerkaap. After that, how can I remain in Springbok? Just to get the feel nog steeds. Then also thank you very much to Pops Mohammed, as well as Baletsi, as well as the dancers from Dance Garage. I could hear, oh, that's what we are looking for, that exclamation, man. And then, of course, the Nubi family all the way from the Kalahari, as well as the beautiful children here from the Pella Intermediate School, who was like, you are really going to cry if I'm going to sing, so I'm not going to do that to you. But ladies and gentlemen, we are still awaiting for the president to come. This is now that time of the program. As I said, I'm like the time buses in Zambia. So we are right on time, right on schedule. We are just waiting to, as we are communicating to the amper gesê, when we are, look, I am in a radio business. So when you do an outside broadcast, you will always communicate with the studio. So it's like from here, we are communicating to our outside broadcast. So we will keep you posted for when we are going to expect to see the president. But the president is here. All of us, we saw him unveiling the plaque as well as cutting the ribbon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a question to ask. I think some time ago, I should have been a teacher because I like questions. And I also see the MEC of Education in the Northern Cape. She's sitting just across me. I also had the opportunity once to interview her. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very grand event. This is an auspicious occasion. This is the grand opening of the Gamsberg mine here in Namaqualand in the Kaima district. Now, I want to know, whom of you know when the first blasting was of Gamsberg? Anybody? Or I don't want to be like my teachers. Hulle het mos net so gepoint en gesê, antwoord jy. I can't do that to anybody. This is why I'm still afraid when somebody wants to ask questions. Then kyk jy net af. Jy wil nie antwoord nie. So anybody who knows when was the first blasting? And I don't want anybody from Gamsberg. I want somebody random. When was the first blasting? I know, I was in school. There's a hand, wonderful. Kyk. Usually they say, as die stout kinders wat voor in die klas moet sit. But I can see this is the soet kinders wat voor in die klas sit. Thank you very much, Honorable Sandra Bekus.
Yes, 27 of July, 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a warm, warm hand of applause. So she's asking, is there not a prize? We are just giving you love today. It's still February month, still the month of love. So I can see the MEC of Education is very impressed with Honorable Sandra. She's saying it's because they are neighboring. You see, she's from Pella. There where the beautiful children were dancing from. So, ladies and gentlemen, another question, and I think everybody's going to know what is this question about. This is just, you know, as I said, I'm a time bus, so I'm very much on time, and I want to keep us most together so that we can still be together. Who is the CEO of Vedanta, no, not Vedanta. Who is the CEO of Zinc International? But now I want the children from the back seats also. You know, sometimes we neglect them. So somebody from the back, can you answer me, who is the CEO of Zinc International? And not anybody from Black Mountain or Vedanta. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. So lovely to be here at the backside. I'm the roaming mic also.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the former CEO of Anglo-Goli Ashanti, Mr. Vedanta.
Pardon?
Is the former CEO of Anglo-Goli Ashanti, Mr. Vedanta.
Sir, I don't like saying when I come wrong, but on that one, the current CEO of Zinc International is Dashni Naidu. But thank you very much for trying. I can give you a hug.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. So are you still enjoying yourself being here today? Come on, people. We're at a grand event. Or was it because we're at a grand event? Hi, is my friend. It's because we are at a grand event that we don't want to. I'm a very friendly person. So now my next question is, I think now we are really gunning for time. My next question is, when I want the date, I'm a date person. The date when the first lorry with concentrate went from the premises of Gamsberg, what date was that? Anybody? I can see there's a sir with a nice pink shirt. Looks like he knows the answer. Now he's come looking away. When was the first transport of zinc from Gamsberg? When did it happen? And I don't want anybody of the employees. I also know the date. I was here. You see, I have been at many historic moments of this mine. So I was here the first day. I saw it with my own two eyes. So I am a Vedanta pioneer. So I will not give you the answer. So people, what? Anybody? Sydney? Now I'm like my teachers. Okay, let me ask then somebody from who is working for Gamsberg or somebody who is working. Thank you very much. Sir, are you going to answer me? Thank you. I have a hand and I have an answer.
The 6th December 2018.
6th December
2018.
Thank you very much. You look so familiar. It looks like I know you. We have already met, yes. I'm telling you, I know people. Liesel, lovely to see you. Liesel is also one of the groundbreaking women in mining. She is a woman who knows how to digitalize a mine. Liesel Jacobs, everybody. She's also working at the Gamsberg project. I've been to where she's working. I think you call it the what room? I think, yeah, we are still gunning for time, Osna.
Control room.
Yes, the control room. Tell them a little bit about the control room. That is so impressive. Remember Vedanta, one of the mines, and oh, this is the Northern Cape, this is Kaima, this is, man, this is Namakwaland. And for us to have state-of-the-art equipment like what they are using, man, I'm telling you, this is why I'm so proud, and especially of this beautiful young lady.
Well, what the control room is obviously the nerve center for the operations of the plant, where all the digitalized sort of info come in and where the people can operate the plant from. And also from there, the info is then, thrown out to the people at their fingertips in terms of being able to make the right decisions at the right time with the right information.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. You can see a very clever lady. Altyd reg met 'n antwoord. Fantastic people. So let me go to the stage. Everybody, you are looking so lovely. You are so beautiful. So good to see all of you. I think we are making ready now to welcome Honorable MEC, not Minister, Mr. Gwede Mantashe. Always a guy with a smile. Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? As we are making ready for the president and his entourage to enter the marquee. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please stand up as we welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa. In no particular order, we have Premier Sylvia Lucas, who's entering the building. Can we please give her a hand? So, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. The President is still coming. We also, as we are looking, we can also see the chairman of Vedanta Zinc International, Mr. Agarwal. Namaste. We also have Ms. Dashni Naidu, CEO of Zinc International. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I can see you have been sitting most for quite some time, so I think it's quite refreshing to be able to stand up for a little bit. So let's welcome our guests once again. We can give them a warm, warm hand of applause once again. This is a glorious, auspicious occasion here in the heart of Kaima, on the N14. This is the gateway from Springbok to Kimberley, wherever you want to go. I can see the Premier, she just loves my look. She can't take her eyes off me. Let's give her a hand of applause. Thank you. I have a new name today. I will tell you at the end. I'm Beyonce Chopra. This is so lovely, lovely to be here. We have Mr. Pops Mohammed, who's playing such beautiful music for us as we are waiting at the entrance of our beloved President of the Republic of South Africa. What happened to me at the mining in Durban, I've never been so close to the President at the recent mining in Durban in Cape Town. So I've never been that close to the President. But you know, this is just something that happens to you when you are in the same room as the President. And the moment when we started singing the national anthem, I don't know what happened to me. Tears were just flowing. So the makeup lady, she warned me, please, no tears. So I will keep my emotions inside. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also welcome Mr. Satish Kumar. He is the VP, the Vice President of Projects here at Vedanta Zinc International. I met him many, many moons ago at a cancer relay for life. And for that one evening, I was the only MC. So the next morning, I had no voice. So then I wanted to ask, is there no zinc pillar? I don't know whom of you know that there's zinc pilletjies. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment of time where we, as the countrymen, fellow countrymen, all of us, we are welcoming our President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa. What an honor and what a privilege. Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, can we remain standing, please? Can we remain standing as we are going to sing the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa, Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. And we are going to be led by this beautiful choir, which is the Aggeneys Community Choir, as well as the Mzansi Youth Choir. Thank you very much to our beautiful choir, Aggeneys Community Choir, in collaboration with the Mzansi Youth Choir. I don't know about you, but every time when I sing the national anthem of South Africa, it's either goosebumps or it's tears. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite you to watch with us a corporate video, and after that, I'm going to announce what is going to be next on the program.
The Gamsberg deposit was discovered over 40 years ago. Vedanta acquired Gamsberg in 2011. The reasons for the acquisition were obvious because Vedanta was already in zinc in India. So this large-scale deposit, together with the businesses we already had, is where we wanted to leverage the synergies. We committed to our South African stakeholders that we would develop the mine within 5 years. We are very proud that this has been delivered to that plan, which represents an investment by Vedanta of over $400 million, over 5 billion South African rands.
As you might be aware, that Gamsberg is located in one of the global 35 biodiversity hotspots in the world. And so before we even touch the ground, we have to ensure that the biodiversity or the unique biodiversity of this place can coexist with the mining.
During the life of the project, the number of people employed grew from less than 300 around the time of the first blast to over 3,000 at the peak of the project. At the peak of the project, more than 600 business partner employees were locals from Kaima, which was more than double what it was at the start of the project. This is a remarkable achievement, especially in light of the fact that the entire economically active Kaima population is just 6,000 people, with a mere 18% who have completed some form of secondary schooling.
Daar's baie mense van Pella wat nie werk gehad het nie, wat onmiddellik ingeval het op. En hulle gee training, daar is drill trainings, daar's operator trainings. Hierdie Gamsberg projek het baie deure oopgemaak.
Currently, females comprise 33.3% of the Gamsberg operations workforce, with a target of 40% to be reached by the end of this financial year.
So Vedanta's DNA, I think, is one of, we're a values-driven, purpose-led business. Okay, for me, what that means is that, and I love it when my chairman talks about it. It's about being in business for the greater good of the communities and the society in which we operate in. Okay, our chairman is a philanthropist. 75% of his wealth goes into social work across the world, mainly in India. The impact that has is huge. So a business with purpose, or as a business with a purpose, we equate the financial gains of the business to the work that it will allow us to do within the communities that we operate in. So it's about a business that takes all of its stakeholders along, not just its shareholders. Phase 1 was therefore executed with a much larger project in mind. The remaining scope is what we are calling Phase 2, which incorporates a larger pit, double the ore volume of current Phase 1, and another 4 million ton per annum plant stream.
Through this mega project of Gamsberg Smelter Refinery, our dream will be realized in giving a huge socio-economic boost, not only to this region, but to the entire country, through uplifting the communities, job creation, SMME development, and a lot of other benefits associated with this project.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still at the grand opening of Gamsberg mine, which is more than a mine. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that. You see, I have to gooi a little bit of Afrikaans now. Those years, as die inspekteur moes nou kom kuier het by die skool, die premier smile eintlik, want sy weet, dan het juffrou hulle mos gesê, you need to klap extra hande, of jou hare moet mooier gekam wees, en of jou... So this is how it is. The president is here. Let the president see that the Magwa people can clap hands, man. Let's brag a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, at this moment of time, it is my great honor and it's my great privilege to introduce the MC who's going to act as MC for the section of the president, as well as some other speakers who's also very important speakers. And this woman is a great woman in mining. She's a rocket booster with hydrogen jet fuel oil, a trailblazer, a woman who believes success to one woman is success to all. Today, on this auspicious occasion, as we are celebrating the inauguration of Gamsberg Mine, we are also celebrating your life, as it was your birthday yesterday, the 27th of February. And this lady, she looks still sweet 16. You will see her when she comes to the podium. This is a woman who has set a track record. And today what we are seeing and what we are experiencing here in the Kaima district of the Northern Cape is part of that track record. If you ask Dashni Naidu to do something 100%, she will prove you 200%. Am I right? So today, at this inauguration of Gamsberg, who is more than a mine, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together. Please help me in welcoming a woman whom I greatly respect. And that woman is none other than the CEO of Zinc International, none other than beloved Dashni Naidu.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Lenki, for that amazing introduction so that everyone knows I had nothing to do with that script. It is always important, I believe, at endings and at new beginnings to reflect on who we are, what we represent, and what we can do better. So as we celebrate the end of the construction phase and the ramp up of the Gamsberg project and ready ourselves for steady state operation, we must use this opportunity to do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, safety is not just our first priority at Vedanta Zinc International and Vedanta at large. It is our first value. Therefore, before we begin, may I ask you to bow your heads in remembrance of our colleague and our business partner employee, Boikenyo Monsho, who tragically passed away on the Gamsberg project on the 25th of May last year. May his soul rest in peace, please. Amen. Thank you, everyone. Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Minister of Mineral Resources, Mr. Gwedi Mantashe, Premier of the Northern Cape, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, MECs, mayors, our Vedanta Chairman, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Vedanta CEO, Mr. Srinivasan Venkatakrishnan, who we affectionately call Venkat, government officials, honored guests from our mining peers, from our business partners, from our communities, from organized labor, and our Black Mountain Mining Complex employees, Scorpion employees, and our corporate employees. Welcome to Gamsberg. En baie warm Namakwaland, welkom by ons Gamsberg. The place where dreams come true. Die plek waar drome waar geword het. We are all, as the Vedanta family, so very honored that you are able to be here with us today to open this project that has been close to our hearts for so long. I feel as though we are welcoming the coming of age of a child whose very being has been brought up and shaped and molded by each and every person sitting here today, and many more who are watching us on live stream. Mr. President, Minister Mantashe, I now ask the Honorable Premier of the province, Ms. Sylvia Lucas, whose relationship with Gamsberg has been a long one, going back to before the first blast, Premier, when you were with us here in July 2015, to briefly address us. Madam Premier.
Thank you very much. I'm not yet digitalized because this is a digital operation. But thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Deshni. We've been coming on for a long time. And I thought, should I call you the CEO today or what should I call you? But you are indeed the CEO of Zinc International, and we need to acknowledge that. The Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, our Honorable Minister, Minister Gwede Samson Mantashe, Honorable MECs, MPLs, Honorable Mayors, Councillors, the Chairperson or the Chairman of Vedanta, Mr. Anil Agarwal, the CEO of Vedanta, Mr. Venkata Krishnan, the Chairperson of the African National Congress in our midst, Dr. Zamani Saul, leaders of other political parties present here, organized labor, business fraternity, traditional leaders if present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Nou kon seker ook soos Lientjie maak en hier Afrikaans praat dat ek kan ontspan. Maar dit is so dat as jy tussen so baie mense is en jy kan net sê toe kom nona, dan voel jy daar 'n bietjie beter. Sal later verduidelik minister Mantashe, ek het jou mos gesê soos 'n Namaland, maar ons is nie Namaland, dit is 'n Boesmanland. So hier moet ons die ding so verduidelik. Jy verstaan? Pofvader Pella Agneus is Boesmanland. That is nou maar net so. So it is indeed with a great sense of pride that I'm standing here today in the company of tried and tested leaders and esteemed guests as we are marking this watershed moment. I am honored and I'm humbled to have the privilege to welcome each and everyone gathered here today, and especially to welcome in our midst, first of all, our Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa. He never came to Aggeneys, but he's here today in Aggeneys, or in Gamsberg, because he organized the NUM people in Aggeneys. That's what he said before. As well as his entire delegation, but also we want to welcome the chairman of Vedanta and the CEO, because both of them together with Mr. Mantashe is coming here for the first time together. Our blissfully beautiful and resource-laden Northern Cape province. One thing that was emphasized this morning, President, by the people of Vedanta was that there was nothing. And I continue to tell them, but the mountain was here. And that is part of our landscape. It is equally pleasing to welcome our international guests in the province, and we are truly fortunate to have the privilege of your company today. Let me welcome you to the Namakwaland district of the province, where ancient history, modern technology, and the universe join and thrive in harmony. Honorable President, the launch today completes another chapter in the book of Vedanta's impressive achievements which is an equally important milestone for the people of this province and the transformation of the mining sector. I'm certain that all of you join with us in sharing our excitement and joy at this wonderful initiative and playing host to South Africa's largest mining project. Today marks the culmination of a process that started about a little more than 4 years ago. Indeed, today, our newborn is a toddler with so much potential. I would like to reiterate what I said at our first engagement in November 2014. The Northern Cape is a province that has enormous potential for investment opportunities. What is critical to such few people living in such an enormous land space is the ability of the people of the province, all levels of government and investors, to strive together to usher in lasting prosperity for the province and the country. It is clear that we are entering a new socio-economic landscape in the province where we need to move away from a solely profit-driven economy demanding mainly unskilled labor to a people-driven economy where we invest in our youth to become highly skilled in order to take advantage of new technologies to drive the rural industrialization agenda. The province has become internationally known due to its diamonds and colonial legacy, but it is now time to lead us into the new trajectory of the fourth industrial revolution, where we can set the pace in the race for achieving economic transformation and a better life for all in this province. We are therefore greatly encouraged by Vedanta's progressive initiatives to lead mining in the province into the fourth industrial revolution by building a digitalized mine from scratch at the Gamsberg operation. This is crucial, not only to advance opportunities and new sectors, but also to assist us to maintain our focus to eradicate poverty, reduce unemployment, and address inequality. We have been entrusted to lead, and we will continue to do so through the empowering of our youth, our women, and our communities in general. With the development at Gamsberg, the skills transfers to the youth employed out of the surrounding communities will empower them for a new era in the mining industry. As government, we are convinced that together we can achieve a lot more to transform the mining sector to benefit our young people and future generations. Dames en heren, laat ek u dus nou uitnooi om hierdie tyd saam met ons as die regering te neem, om saam te werk met ons gemeenskappe, our knowledge partners and industries alike. We are able to usher in lasting economic prosperity and opportunity. With these few thoughts en met hierdie paar gedagtes, hoop ek dat u baie welkom voel in die geselskap van ons almal, die mense van die Noord-Kaap, die mense van Namakwaland, die mense van ZFM, die mense van JTG, die gemeenskap van Gaima. Wees welkom en geniet uself. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Premier, for those heartfelt words, and thank you for your continuing support to the project. Our next speaker is someone who needs little introduction to the South African mining industry. Our group CEO, Venkat, worked in South Africa's mining industry for over 18 years before he joined us at Vedanta last August. Venkat, it is indeed an honor to have you with us today. Please come forward.
It's great to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Minister Gwedi Mantashe, Premier Sylvia Lucas, MECs, mayors, distinguished guests, our founder and chairman, Mr. Anil Agarwal, whom I have the highest respect and regard for, my fond colleague Deshni, and her husband Viran, leaders and community members, Vedanta employees, our partners, including Exaro who are here, friends and family, or as we say in South Africa, all protocols observed. If I may start by saying a few words about our group. You may all wonder what Vedanta actually means and how did it come about. It was a name which our chairman picked up, which is named after his mother, Vedvati. And Vedanta in Hindu mythology takes after the Vedic culture. And it basically means endless knowledge or resource. That's the meaning of Vedanta. Our chairman's vision has enabled Vedanta to be the best in resources, both in the form of assets and in the form of people. We are uniquely poised to grow in commodities that have a rising demand, and we have an enviable growth pipeline at times when companies are ex-growth. Just to give you an idea of the scale, our base metals business comprises of zinc, lead, silver, iron ore, copper, and recently acquired steel. This, together with our oil and gas business, aluminum, and power generation businesses, to put it in scale, our power generation business is about 25% of the size of Eskom. They are enormous and diverse, with long lives and excellent potential. As Deshni pointed out, strict values discipline is inbuilt into our DNA. Although we are above industry average, we are targeting achieving 30% of our workforce being women in the next 2 years. Our sustainability work across a broad front is designed to improve in a tangible way the lives of people, particularly those of women and children. Importantly, we believe in giving back to the people and to the country that gave us the resource. Hence the aim for vertical integration to ensure that any country becomes self-sufficient from its minerals and oil and gas and shouldn't have the need to import. In the past 3 years, as a group, we have contributed in total $16 billion to various exchequers. So much of my mining career has been in South Africa, and as you know, with Anglo Gold Ashanti, and I'm pleased to see Sipho Pichana here. I'm a passionate believer and a proud believer in South Africa. It is very emotional when the flight actually touched down at ORT airport and saw the smile at the immigration officer's face. It was delightful. This is therefore a wonderful occasion to be part of the leadership team, attending the opening of a flagship project which says so much about our commitment as a group to this country, importantly to this future. It's an enormous honor indeed. Your Excellency and Honorable Minister, you are both miners at heart. You know the industry inside out. You know the issues we face and the opportunities the industry offers. You know what it takes to develop a project like this of this scale and how important it is that we do it with safety as our first priority. You also know how important it is that the local communities can see the benefit of mining that happens around them. During the construction of Gamsberg, over 3,000 people were employed on the project, and more than half of them came from the Northern Cape and 25% from the local communities. And I'm very pleased that the local community leaders are actually present here. Local procurement is critical to economic development, and more than 90% of our initial 5.5 billion rand investment has been spent in South Africa. Our expenditure on local enterprises increased in 1 year from 25 million to 78 million last year. We have invested more than 45 million rands last year on training and social projects aimed at skills development, education, health, enterprise development, and municipal infrastructure support. And this is even before the mine has generated a single cent. Your Excellency, I also want to reiterate our commitment as a group to your 10 points on mining, which you outlined at Indaba. On the key points of inclusive growth, partnerships, beneficiation, gender diversity, this project has embraced this wherever possible, but we are the first one to recognize there's much more to do, but we are up to it. This is just the beginning. As Gamsberg flourishes, so will our communities also flourish. As communities develop and grow, so the country will benefit. The relationship can and must benefit everyone involved in it. Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, Premier of the province, and honored guests for being with us today. Viva South Africa, viva Vedanta, viva Gamsberg. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. I think South Africa is resonating with pride seeing you in home soil again. Without the commitment, drive, and differentiating vision of our chairman, Vedanta would have never acquired Gamsberg as part of the Zinc International acquisition from Anglo American in 2011, and we would have not committed to developing the asset in 2014 during a major economic downturn. We would have also probably not have succeeded in getting to production in only 4 years, nor would Gamsberg have been the project where local procurement and employment was prioritized, where digitalization and innovation were emphasized, and where the protection of our environment through our zero harm philosophy was put front and center. Our chairman, a philanthropist who has already committed 75% of his wealth to the well-being of women and children, leads by humble example, and has built a company that he believes must be a business with greater purpose. The President, Minister Mantashe, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman of Vedanta Resources, Mr. Anil Agarwal.
I never could imagine this kind of crowd, this kind of energy, the weather. I've been to the mine, but this is a very, 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 very special day. The beautiful people, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Minister Mantosh, Mayor Lucas, distinguished guests. For me, it's a great day. All of you, it's very difficult on the, everybody is so busy that all of you have come taking so much of pain to attend this function. And it is heartfelt the way all of you have come, supported, especially the President. I can never ever imagine that he will come to this function. He's very generous. When I met him in India, I told him it was nice that we have met. He was a hero in India. He was literally 1 billion people was watching him. He has seen the people were looking at him. It was an amazing tie between the India and the South Africa, which has in every respect, lot of similarity. I've been told by my geologist, one time it was together. It has fall apart as time gone. If you see the geology, everything by and large is the same. So it is our Gandhi, our Nelson Mandela has shown the world how to live in the peace and harmony. So this is the country which and the India unite together. I can't tell you when His Excellency, the President, Prime Minister, we had dinner, we met. The atmosphere, I have attended several functions with a lot of dignity, but the comfort, like one brother coming to other brother house, that feeling was there. So it was a great honor for us to have him in India. As far as this North Cape is concerned, I can see the energy. His Excellency President, you will see how this pace grows. I have always said, above the ground, you can have 2 square meal or maybe a clothing. But if you want to go beyond, to have a housing or to create a wealth, the Mother Earth is saying, go below the ground. I have oil and gas, I have a zinc, I have a copper, I have a gold. And this is what South Africa offers. So this is what we are looking at. But this beautiful area, I can imagine, I believe the time to come, more than 1 million people will live around. This will be a city will develop with a lot of industry downstream, because we just put a small seed. It's just a small seed. When it will take a shape of tree, when it will grow, you have no imagination how big it will go. The cooperation, everybody, I must tell you, people tells me it's difficult to do business in South Africa. My own experience to start this industry, we had never had problem. We must have taken 20, 30 clearances. People said it will take time. We have never, everything was dealt with the profession. Every officer, every department has gone through the process, but deliver on time. Without their cooperation, this would not have been happening. I'm a clear-cut example. I'm inviting all over the world. I have experience. Please come to South Africa. Our beloved president has said he's looking $100 billion investment. I think we were the opening batsmen. We are putting, say, close to $2 billion. All the media of the world is here. As an authenticated investor, I can say and tell you, this will be one of the best places. This country is going to come up. It is a door gate for the Africa as well as Africa. This is the country where is the consumer goods, in mining, tourism, anything you talk about, please develop your business. So this is my experience. Now coming back to our history of Gamsberg, it is something I'd like to share the story, what all has happened. Anglo, I think I can be very open with you, has no heart to develop South Africa. Again, last time also we heard that they're going to invest a couple of $1 billion other places. And I says, look, trust me, I'm ready to sit with you. You will get this better return if you invest in Africa, if you invest in South Africa. This is, I've shown the example. This mine has come free to us. We have acquired at $1.3 billion the existing zinc mine, which I have been told the reserves are 2 to 3 years' time. And we were processing the kind of people, the people who running the mine, the entire geologist, everybody came forward. We worked day and night, and we pull we increased the production. We had more than 7 to 8 years reserve. If you work with the heart, things comes out. And then we looked at the Gamsberg. When I came here, and I could see this is the message from the Almighty to me. It was coming right, direct communicating to me. This is the place you have to develop. Don't go into too much of detail, because too much of analysis, with too much of educated people, you will go haywire. Sit down, work, and I can tell you, I'm sure my friends of Anglo people are here, which they have one of the world best technology, geologists are available. We work, and we find this is amazing mind. Apart from mind, my heart was, we don't work for money. We work if the million people can surround. There is a university, there is a market, there is a livelihood, other downstream people come, galvanizing people come, SMEs come. That's what we're looking. And a democratic country, a country of Nelson Mandela. And if this this province can develop, and I can tell you, I can see today what I dream, it is coming out. Mr. President, I have a full commitment to you. I'm looking forward. I will make sure I'm a 21% owner of Anglo. You told me, Oppenheimer run the Anglo with 8% ownership. I will make sure. I told them they wanted to appoint 2 directors. And I says, look, you have to take South African director. They send me a letter, it is not possible. Maybe we'll see in the future. I can tell you, we are going to put our foot down. We are going, because 70% of their profit are coming from the Africa. When the new CEO came in, the first thing he said, I'm going to sell all my asset of South Africa, whether it's a platinum asset, whether it's a coal asset, whether it's a iron ore asset, we want to get out. Then what else we left? Why we are going, I'm saying my company, why we are going to third world Latin America? So risky. This is a sure shot. There is a metal in the ground. There is a cheaper people available. The most stable government is there. I understand that you need certain changes in the mining charter. You need certain changes to come. Who else you will find better than our president, who will listen to you one-to-one, and whatever the industry wants, he will do it. Also, I see the culture. I have taken 2 contractors from here to India. We given $400 million contract to them. They are 25% cheaper than the world. They do fantastic work. We have to use this mining expertise here. The public sector, what you have. Mr. President, I can tell you the public sector, you have the jewel. If given them independence, if you can bring in 30% equity from the outside, make them independent, they can increase their production at least twice. And 3 times employment will be generated. We have to make them autonomous, because I have seen the quality of asset you have. And the people will more than willing to come along with you. I'm not taking you through, I'm just giving very high feeling. At least 2% of GDP can come if we can address our public sector government company, which has a tremendous potential. You have seen, Mr. President, Honorable President, His Excellency, each of person you have met today, I have never seen in my life Anywhere in mine I have gone, the warmth, the people ready to give their life, this is South Africa. If you are truth, they will come forward. I've taken a lot of your time, so thank you very much for coming. I believe in the Almighty, and we are looking that we should do the right thing, remain straight, and wish South Africa government, to the public, wish them all the best. This is the time for South Africa, and you will watch how and which height they go. Thank you very much. And to tell you, everybody is saying you are stealing Venkat from us. Venkat is here. I brought him back.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we push ourselves. Because whenever the team and I think we've reached the benchmark, we have a new benchmark. Thank you, Chairman, for those humble words. Minister Mantashe, it is indeed refreshing and welcome joy to all of us in the South African mining industry, not just to Vedanta, to have you as our minister in this sector. Your skills as a negotiator are legendary, and your willingness to engage with and support our mining industry is much valued. We are honored indeed to have you with us today. Minister Mantashe.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Sylvia Lucas, the Premier van the Noordkap, and the MSCs that came here. When they came as an army. The chairperson of Vedanta, you know, as we're speaking here, I could see you're speaking from your heart. You just talk, how you feel. And that is the best way of speaking. Venkat, our donation to Vedanta, Dr. Zamani Saul, leader of our party in the Northern Cape, Minerals Council, South Africa, its president and CEO is here, and many members. Osis, Daphne, Pijana, all of them are all here. Thank you very much for being here and support one another. Community leaders from this part of the world, Ninette Namakwalan and the Ellenwood Cup. Thank you for you being here. I'm not going to speak because I'm always very careful. I never like sharing the platform with the president, because if I speak and say all the things, then the president will be limited in what he can say. It's an industry we both love. It's an industry we're both passionate about. But let me make 1 or 2 points. The first one is that investing in South Africa is the correct decision to take. Secondly, investing in mining. Many of the people always talk about mining as the past or the present, on the way out. I always see mining as the future. It is the past. In that past, you have a point of reference. In the present, you develop the future. In the future, that's where we're going, because no technology will ever be successful without it being anchored on what is mined. Mining is the anchor of the fourth industrial revolution. It will be an anchor of future technologies, and that's why mining is the future. I never see it as a sunset industry, I see it as a sunrise industry. I must thank Vedanta for expressing their confidence in us. The last time I was here was in 1982. I didn't come to Gamsberg, I went to Black Mountain. And I'm discovering now they're the same. They're one family. Somebody gave me a lesson about Oak Keep Copper having bought stretches of land. Is the biggest ever mining company to have to own stretches of land. And everybody who comes here will always trace that mine to Oak Keep Copper, because it used to own everything in this area. So I'm quite happy that Vedanta is expressing their confidence. What we saw there has encouraged me to go and see there's a coal mining company that is always boasting of being ahead of the curve in terms of technology. But what I saw here blew me off my feet. Now I will have to go and see that and compare. The last point I want to make is that mining, unfortunately, is quite an important investment. It has so many people who always work against it. And that requires the mining community to appreciate that and know that it should close ranks, speak with one voice, counter negative narrative on mining. In that way, we'll survive. I think it is quite important for all of us to take it up. Mining is quite an important sector of the economy. We can contribute more. I've been asked to also introduce President Ramaphosa. I'm not going to read a long, as if I'm reading an obituary president. I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to say, President Ramaphosa is our president. I always say when we discuss with other people, I say, South Africa at this point in time, having gone through a difficult period, needs its own Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping took China from the Cultural Revolution and turned it around and introduced new concepts and ideas. That's what we need in South Africa, and I think in Ramaphosa we have that. All we need is that we need to support him, and he needs to be bold and brave and introduce ideas that will work even if people have not seen that. Because in the Chinese Communist Party, they didn't like the free market. He said, we'll take the human aspect of socialism, mix it with the innovative nature of free market, and we'll produce socialism with Chinese characteristics. And I think a new president, we need a person of new ideas, will take us out of the morass and take us to new heights. You have been introduced, talk to the people.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Natasha. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and put your hands together as we welcome the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you, Program Director Deshti Naidu. Minister of Mineral Resources, Gwede Mantashe, the Premier of our province, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, the Chairman of Vedanta Resources, Mr. Anil Agarwal, the CEO of Vedanta Resources, our own Venkat, and the CEO of Vedanta Zinc International, Ms. Deshni Naidu, once again, members of the board who are here, and the members of the executive of Vedanta Resources and Vedanta Zinc International, religious and traditional leaders who are here amongst us, Dr. Zamani Saul, the chairperson of the governing party in our province here, the African National Congress, the MECs who are present with us, and local government leaders, union leaders who are with us, business leaders, Mr. Mkojo, Dr. Baxter, Mr. Pichana, my sister Daphne Nkosi, and others who I may not have seen, community members and leaders, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor to be present at the official opening of this mine, which is a milestone in the economic development of the Northern Cape, but also particularly for our own country. It is an honor indeed to be amongst a diversity of people who are contributing in many and different ways to a better future for the people of the Northern Cape and also for this project. I was deeply impressed, Mr. Agarwal, as we went through the mine and met the many, many people who work here, men and women from different parts of the country, but especially from here in Namakwa. I was so impressed to meet so many people who are so well qualified, well experienced. In fact, I've never met so many engineers in one setting, in one project, or in one company. I must compliment you for that. Well done. And I must say that I've never met so many women engineers who are metallurgists and chemical engineers and many, many other sorts of engineers. Really, really, truly wonderful. The presence here of a significant global investor, as in Vedanta Resources, of government leaders, officials and leaders and members of the communities around here gives meaning to our call that we should all participate and work together to grow South Africa. Vedanta's investment also in many ways cements the relationship between India and South Africa. It was a real joy to be in India, but the best joy was to meet you, Mr. Agarwal, when you told me about this project here. I'd heard about it from Ms. Naidu, your CEO here, and I thought that, you know, she was just talking and talking. But when I met you, I could see the energy and the enthusiasm and the real total commitment. And I want to pay special tribute to you, Mr. Agarwal, as a successful business owner, but more particularly as a visionary. You had to be a visionary and a very courageous investor to come here in the Northern Cape and to come to invest in a project that Anglo had left to lie fallow for so many years. And you saw real value in this place, and you were prepared to invest $400 million and you are going to top it up with another $1 billion. We pay tribute to you and we thank you for coming to invest in our country. But more importantly, you are a breath of fresh air. You are a breath of fresh air as an investor, as a business leader. I believe that you're going to make a real meaningful contribution to the business architecture of our country. And I particularly like your views about focusing more on the key stakeholders, the community, the workers, as you run your business. And you see them as being as important, if not more important, than even your shareholders. Thank you very much. This is a real breath of fresh air. The Vedanta Gamsberg project is an important step in our shared journey to revive our mining industry. It confirms our view that with an effective regulatory framework and improved collaboration between all stakeholders and sustained investment, mining in South Africa does not only have the potential to be a sunrise industry, it is a sunrise industry indeed. And thank you very much for proving that point for us. We say so advisedly because South Africa has vast undeveloped mineral deposits that we have the opportunity to exploit, mineral resources which when exploited can benefit the people of our province here and particularly the people of our country. We welcome this substantial investment by Vedanta, which signals its confidence in the future of South Africa's mining industry. We welcome Vedanta as a partner, as a visionary partner, as an innovative partner, and as a committed partner to help our country to achieve our developmental goals in a manner that is sustainable, transformative, and inclusive. I say innovative advisedly because when I was told that this mine has exploded on the digitization platform, I did not know and quite understand what that meant. But I had to be taken through the real belly of the mine and its operations, and to go and see world-class, I would say even more than world-class. I've never seen anything like this, where robots are working and not having displaced people, but are working efficiently and in a precise manner. I only thought you would see robots in Johannesburg, but we've also got robots here in the Northern Cape. This is really a world wonder, and thank you very much for bringing it here, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Venkat, for having brought this type of highly developed mining operation to our country and to the Northern Cape. And we pay tributes to the people and the leadership of this region or province who joined hands with Vedanta to secure a better future for all. And particular tribute goes to our government here in the Northern Cape, and particularly to you, Premier Lucas, because you were right there at the beginning as an MEC. I pay tributes to you because as the story was being told to me, I could see your footprint. I could see your footprint throughout, how you insisted, how the biodiversity aspect of this operation needed to be paid attention to, and how the plants and the fauna and everything had to be preserved. Thank you very much. You have preserved a legacy of your involvement in this. So I pay tribute to you, my dearest sister. En vir die mense van Namakwa, ons sê baie dankie vir die beligging wat julle talent en julle hardwerk gegee het om hierdie projek suksesvol te maak. Ons is baie bly dat julle so hard gewerk en soos ons rondgeloop het by hierdie projek, ons het net gesien baie mense wat werk, wat hard werk, baie mense wat slim is. Julle is ook baie slim. Ek het dit gesien. Mr. Agawal, I'm telling them in Afrikaans that as we were going around, I saw a lot of people who are hard workers, but I also saw a lot of people who are clever. Clever and bright because they knew their craft. To the people of Namakwa as a whole, we say thank you for investing, for allowing this investment to come here. It is through your efforts that we will reverse the legacy of unemployment and inequality in this province. 25 years into our democracy, we have made important strides in transforming the mining industry in our country, but we've also made important strides in transforming our country from what it was prior to 1994 to what it is today. We have sought to achieve this through the development and implementation of progressive legislation and policies that are directed at addressing the interests of our people. Progress, admittedly, has been uneven. There is still a long road ahead. But all said and done, there has been progress. However, as the consultations on the newly revised mining charter demonstrate, there is a sincere commitment from all stakeholders to the growth of this industry through renewed exploration, greater investment, and simultaneously to its fundamental transformation. The mining charter provides a credible roadmap to a developing, thriving, and transforming mining industry. Its finalization has brought about far greater certainty and stability, a necessary condition for the investments to take place on a much bigger scale, something that we've been advocating. We are confident that we will see more mining projects of this magnitude as many more investors like Vedanta see the great potential not only in mining, but also across the South African economy. So Vedanta, I would say, Mr. Agawal, I see you as trailblazers. You have blazed the trail, you have brought innovation, you brought new energy to the mining industry in our country, and we applaud you for that, and we hope that others will follow in your wake. Now, the annual mining indaba, which was held in Cape Town, which we held earlier this month or last month, demonstrated the high level of interest shown by investors in our country and in the continent as a whole. We are keen to work with the industry ourselves as government to improve the investment climate and improve the ease with which mining companies do business in our country. And I'm particularly pleased that the business leaders who are here, Dr. Baxter, my sister, Daphne Nkosi, Sipho Pichana, and Mgocho and others, are clear proof that we can actually work together. And they often raise issues and concerns with us where there are concerns, and we're able to find time and space to address these. And this is precisely what we've been seeking to do, to have a mutually beneficial relationship between business and government, as well as labor, but also adding communities. So all these parties, four of us, community, labor, business, as well as labor and business and government rather, all of us working together, we're able to find solutions on whatever issue may be a challenge. Vedanta Resources was one of those companies that heeded our call during the South African Investment Conference in October last year to partner with us as we pursue higher levels of inclusive growth and employment in our economy. We are here to say thank you to Vedanta for the enthusiasm with which you have embraced our ambitious investment drive. It is gratifying to see the commitments made at the investment conference taking form and shape across our country. This project, which Vedanta was brave enough to also declare the investment conference in terms of what the future also portends, is proof of the correctness of our decision to declare that we are going to raise investment of $100 billion, 1.4 trillion rand in the next 5 years. And a number of people who are often very critical, who always look on the darker side of everything that government does, just thought that this was a pipe dream and it would never eventuate or happen. You are proof, living proof, that we were not smoking something. You are living proof that we were not just dreaming. Our dream is coming alive through your investment here. Thank you very much. And for that I say, long live Vedanta, long live. Now, this area of the Northern Cape hosts significant deposits of lead, zinc ores associated with copper, with silver, manganese, and many others. It is also home, yes, of the most beautiful manganese ore in our country, iron ore and diamonds. And yet, this province remains underdeveloped. It contributes just 2% of South Africa's GDP and has an expanded unemployment rate of around 39%. Mining offers an opportunity to fundamentally change this. And I'm hoping that with this, we will see more and more projects opening up here to boost the economy of the Northern Cape and also increase employment levels. Johannesburg, as the world knows it, today was built on the back of mining. And it is through mining that industries such as manufacturing and finance developed into what is now called Gauteng. While development in the Northern Cape is hampered by the great distances between economic centers and mining operations, there is nevertheless great opportunity for mining to become a catalyst for broader economic expansion here in this province. But what I particularly like with this project is that you're not only just looking at mining the ore, you're also looking beyond that. You're also looking at beneficiation of the minerals that are eked out of the soil here. And we say, we thank you for also focusing on the beneficiation side, which is going to be the future phases of your project. We must therefore move away from the pit and port approach, where resources are mined here and are transported out of the country as raw as they are from along the Sishen-Saldanha route. We need to intensify research and increase investment in mineral beneficiation. In this regard, the proposed creation of the smelter refinery complex here in Gamsberg will create opportunities for value-adding zinc beneficiation in the Kaima municipality and beyond. The investments that have already been made here, when taken together with the anticipated investments in future phases, will improve our country's position as a global player in zinc production. And I can say you can watch this space because it is going to happen. Most importantly, this investment will also contribute in changing the economic landscape of this province and will contribute to much needed social development. Government itself is committed to partner with Vedanta in realizing the benefits of this investment for the company, its employees, and surrounding communities. We will establish an intergovernmental task team led by the Department of Trade and Industry to explore the possibility of establishing a special economic zone and unlock further investment on projects in areas such as sulfuric acid and fertilizers as well. The task team would also work with all 3 spheres of government and state-owned enterprises on developing infrastructure, accelerating skills development and empowerment, and consolidating economic development here in the Northern Cape. Given that the fourth industrial revolution is set to significantly alter the way the mining sector operates, I am pleased to note that Gamsberg is considered one of the most digitally advanced mines in South Africa. And I think probably you are the only digitally advanced mine until they show me another one. Now, I'm confident that Vedanta will use technology not to replace human beings with machines, but to fundamentally improve efficiency, to also guarantee safety, and to produce a skilled workforce, and most importantly, to preserve the jobs. You have already created quite a number of jobs here in this area, and you are poised to create even more jobs. You are becoming a pioneer in the mining industry's efforts to harness technological progress, not only to survive, but also to thrive. During the recent mining Indaba, I outlined 10 value-creating principles for a more modern mining industry. For mining to become sustainable in the long term, it is crucial that companies prioritize the contribution of mining operations to communities in which they operate. Now, in your case as Vedanta, you already operate in that way. That is part of the ethos and the value system that is at the core of what Vedanta is, and we are grateful for that. Investing in the workforce, in youth, in women, in education and training, and partnering with government in improving local infrastructure are some of the key defining features of a mining company that demonstrates good corporate citizenship. We commend Vedanta on the 44 million rand it spent last year on training and social projects aimed at skills development, health, enterprise development, and municipal infrastructure support. We say thank you very much for that. Now, I'm informed that this was also accompanied by a further investment that you made of the order of 77.5 million rand that you spend on local enterprises. This is important to report on because it demonstrates that while there are undeniable challenges in some mining communities, there is important work taking place to address some of these challenges. The recent mining Indaba placed communities at the center of the sustainable development and growth of the mining industry. The charter itself also enjoins mining companies to work with communities where they operate to address the social and environmental challenges facing such communities. As a mining company, you will, as all mining companies find, that these communities are in the remotest parts of our country, in the most challenged areas that don't have facilities, infrastructure, where social problems bear heavily on the lives of the people in various communities. And we say, as you come in to operate as a company, as a mining company, do take notice of some of these challenges that our people are going through. And that as you come in as a mining or business operation, you're coming in as a breath of fresh air. You're coming in to become a catalyst to the resolution, addressing some of those challenges. Some of them are social, some of them are economic, and some of them are of a variety of natures. And we say, pay attention and see how best you can be a partner with the community and with other key role players to help in resolving those. And where there is lack of skills, we would like companies to immerse themselves in the lives of those communities and see how best they can try to improve the skill base in the community. Where there are social ills, there could be social ills of different sorts. It could be gender-based violence. It could be alcohol abuse or substance abuse. It could be crime. It could be any sort of social ill. We say, work with the role players, work with government, because you come in as a great catalyst to help to work with the other role players to address these. Now, with Vedanta, we know that we don't need to preach to the converted because that is the way you operate, that is the ethos of your chairperson. And we say, live up to it. Have the courage, the commitment to help the surrounding communities to come into their own, and let us work together to give them a real better life. The communities, as made up of community members and community leaders, needs to work with you as well. They too must be disciplined and be willing to work with you as a company as you jointly seek to address these challenges. Labor too must join in the task of working together with Vedanta to address whatever challenges there may be in the workplace or even in the community. So what we want to see happening here is the perfection of an ecosystem that gives the people of this area a really wonderful and good life. The operation that we're opening today gives us confidence that the future, not only of this mining operation is bright, but the future life of the community in this area is also bright. It gives us confidence that we can develop an industry that benefits communities as much as it produces good returns for the shareholders of Vedanta. On our side as government, we are committed to working with investors to ensure that the mining industry does indeed grow, and that as it grows sustainably, and that it is transformed. But we also want a competitive mining industry, a mining industry that will know that government is there, one, to create the certainty, the consistency of policy, and that the regulatory framework will be so well calibrated as to enable our companies to grow. Mr. Agarwal, I was very pleased to hear you say that having taken the decision to come and invest here, you worked with a whole range of regulatory centers, 20 and more, but you always found that they did everything on time, they did everything efficiently, and I applaud the government of the Northern Cape, and yes, the Department of Mineral Resources, and I'd like to applaud all those who interfaced with Vedanta and say that you've created a real wonderful model of how an investment can be brought to bear and can be brought forward to operate in this way. When I heard Mr. Agarwal saying what he said, I felt proud, because this is the narrative that we want to keep hearing. And where there are problems and challenges, we want our business leaders to raise the issues with us. And indeed, we also say that where there are problems in the community, we want our community leaders to also raise those challenges with us. But we also say where there are problems with labor, we want you to raise those issues, yes, with your company, and where government plays a role in unlocking some of the solutions, let's get together and unlock these. Here, we are creating something fantastic, something that I would like us to showcase to the world, that indeed all four key role players can play a role in creating real value, and let us create here in the Gamsberg something that we can showcase globally, that mining in an area like Northern Cape can work as effectively as it is working. I thank you very much indeed for being here.
Mr. President, I would thank you so much for those humbling words. I would like our VP Projects, Mr. Satish Kumar, to present you with a memento of what you saw this morning with us. Satish?
Don't worry, I'll declare it. It's a mine. It's a mine.
We may be seated. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to do the vote of thanks, and then I do understand that Mr. President has to leave us. Please take your seats. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, my final job today before closing is to deliver the vote of thanks. It is an almost impossible task to thank the many thousands of people that have made the Gamsberg project what it is today. So many people have been involved on this over 40-year journey of taking Gamsberg from its discovery to its concept and to where we are today. But since 2014, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of all our employees, including our business partner employees. This project has been all about leveraging partnerships. Our management teams, our communities of the Northern Cape, and government at all levels, local, regional, and national, for making this project, our dream, happen. It is said that it takes a community to raise a child. It has taken the commitment of a South African community to build Gamsberg. Despite and because of the diversity of the teams on the ground, the philosophy was quite simple. We win as one. I want to especially thank our lead business partners on the project, and that's Avenge Mulman and ELB for the role that they have played on the execution of this project up until this point. I also want to thank Minipex, our business partner on the plant operations, for the role they have played to support us during the ramp up of the project. To all the business partners that I would have loved to mention individually, and to all of you that I know so well now, thank you for your part in making this happen. Every project is unique. The Vedanta's owners team, the many men and women who have persevered relentlessly to build this dream are undeniably the heroes and the heroines today. It is not only what they did, as every speaker has reiterated today, it is the how. Thank you for making my job of leading from the front that much easier. To everyone else who has contributed in some way, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. No event happens without the many men and women behind the scenes. And although, again, I cannot go into the individual detail, thank you, Arlene and the Launchit team, for giving us a world-class event today that is in keeping with the world-class mining project that we have built. Lastly, a very special thank you must go to you, both to our chairman and Mr. President. Your presence here today is not just a great honor. It is a confirmation of the relationship between South Africa and Vedanta and between South Africa and India. It is a marker for the future of Gamsberg. Thank you all for joining us. I've now been asked by the protocol team, who I do not take chances with, to please stand so that Mr. President and his delegation may proceed. Okay, so protocol team has been ranked out. Please take a seat, and I'm so grateful for this, that the president and the team will be joining us for lunch. And thank you for keeping me on my toes. All right, over to lunch.
Phase 1 is already the largest single-stream zinc plant globally. Phase 2 will see an additional investment of another $350 million as we increase ore production to 8 million tons per annum and concentrate production to 450,000 tons per annum. As part of Vedanta's operating philosophy, the intention was always to produce metal in South Africa. With that in mind, in parallel with the Phase 2 mine and plant, we are assessing the feasibility of developing a modular smelter refinery beneficiation complex, which would represent an estimated direct capital investment of some $800 million over a period of 3 years. The additional input material required for and the co-products generated from that development will enable further regional and even national industrialization. It also has the potential to create significant employment, possibly as many as 4,000 jobs during construction. The development of a smelter refinery at Gamsberg will make it the first integrated zinc manufacturing facility in South Africa and the largest in Africa. We are currently evaluating a variety of options to make the smelter a reality. To name some, the first scenario is constructing the smelter in the Northern Cape in the Gamsberg area, which will create a significant spillover and multiplier effect. The need for significant power availability has the potential to drive the development of both solar and wind power producers. Vedanta is working.
Okay, everyone, can I please have your attention? I think it's very important that our very busy president does get a chance to eat his lunch. So can I please ask you to sit down and let lunch be served so that we can shake hands during that period. Please.
Fertilizer industry, both for import and export. Each of these scenarios pose unique advantages, opportunities, and challenges which are being assessed for the greater economic benefit. South Africa has not seen development on this scale for the last 20 years. For this dream to become a reality, we will need power security and a competitive tariff, an offtake for the 1,000 tons per day of sulfuric acid that this plant will produce, and an efficient freight transport solution. All of this will have to be supported by a progressive spatial development plan for the region, one which will let us build housing as well as develop the town as close to the complex as possible to enable our communities to thrive. All of this, together with the available beneficiation incentives, will allow the capital-intensive Gamsberg project to weather the ups and downs of the commodity cycle. When the development of Phase 2 begins, it will create a host of benefits for local communities and for South Africa as a whole. Our estimates suggest that the project phase will generate a once-off contribution to GDP of around 4.3 billion rands. Once the project is operational, we estimate that it will generate around 6.4 billion rands per annum. This is excluding the tax revenue that it will generate. The project will touch the lives of thousands of people. We estimate that up to 12,000 direct and indirect jobs will be created.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, I am back. We are not yet finished with the program. So if possible, I know that lunch is being served, but this is like an ad break. When you are watching TV, there's an ad break. So there is still a last performance that is going to be done by our beautiful choir, the Aggeneys Community Choir, in collaboration with the Mzansi Youth Choir, and the last part of the play that we saw. So ladies and gentlemen, if we can please settle down, have a lekker seat, and enjoy what we are going to see. So as we can see, the choir is already coming onto the stage. So let's welcome them. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we want to kuier now, but let us allow this beautiful choir and the last part of the play that we saw. So for them to finish, Mr. President, I just want to make one remark. Mr. Nelson Mandela said the following: it only seems impossible until it is done. And what we have seen today, as we are still celebrating the inauguration, the grand opening of the Gamsberg mine, what we see here, ladies and gentlemen, is something that was said to be impossible. And today, all of us, we are witnessing what is possible. The president speaks about Tumamina, send me, here am I, send me. And this is also what we can bring in collaboration with Vedanta Zinc International. What we can see here, they've been sent to the Northern Cape and they are making a difference. People, I think I love my voice so very much. You can see I can't stop talking. The choir is ready, but the choir can only sing when everybody is at least a little bit quiet so that we can hear them properly, because they need to focus. You know, they have been practicing for this moment. We are almost at the grand finale. So ladies and gentlemen, beautiful talent from our local Aggeneys, the Aggeneys Community Choir, in collaboration with the Mzansi Youth Choir, and they are going to take us away.
Toe die wêreld hier nog jong was en die horison wyd en oop, was dit groen hier en die halfrond, suid van die ewenaar, en die skemer as die son sak en die beeste huis toe, klink die roepstem van die vroue oor die iewers van die land. Alala, alala, Ewige son Afrika. Alala, alala. Ewige son Afrika. Tula, tula, tala. Tula, tula, sarali. Tula, tula, kali. Ubabuzobuya, sitale shaye. Ubabuzobuya, en die groot en oop grasvlaktes span het toe met doringdraad. En van die olifant tot die Gamsberg, al die diere moes kom by. Voor die mag van die groot wildjagters, voor die mag van sy groot geweer, totdat net die stilte oorweeg, totdat net die stilte hier. Alala, alala, ewige son Afrika. Alala, alala, ewige son Afrika. Alala, alala, ewige son Afrika. Alala, alala, my boy Afrika.
In 2019, the work of a map maker continues, still as important as it was when the baton was first handed over by those who came before me, when the world was young and the horizon wide and open. The world is no longer young, but the horizon is still wide and open for possibilities, for dreams, and for change. The journey to here hasn't been easy, but it has been filled with stories. It has been tear-inducing, and it has been smile-enabling. As a map maker, one who will inherit the gifts of Mother Earth, I call out as women do from across the hill, and I do not only say hala la, but I say, let us protect, let us preserve, and let us rehabilitate the gifts of nature. Let these be the course that guide us. Again, I find myself in this place, and hier die sprokieswêreld van Gamsberg, where the stars first twinkled, and the moon first danced, and the sun first rose. And as a map maker, I say, let us mine with care. Let us mine with love and respect for the community that hosts us. They are the critical stakeholders in the work that we do, so that those who get to enjoy the many products of Zinc can feel the warm sunshine of this place, and they can see the twinkling of the stars. Hala la Afrika, hala la Northern Cape, hala la Gamsberg, hala la Vedanta, hala la Namakwaland, hala la Afrika.
Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, Bella Intermediate School, die Napa dancers, kom ons gee hulle lekker hande klap. Al die pad van Bella af. Dames en heren, Bella Intermediate School. Then ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Oakheep, we have Dance Garage. Can we have a lekker hand? Kom aan de mensen, kom aan de Dance Garage. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are sitting, you can also move. All the way from the Kalahari, we have the Newbie family. All the way from the Kalahari, let's give them a warm hand of applause. Woohoo! What happened to the music? I was dancing my heart out. So now I'm so tired. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, a tremendous musician, a multi-instrument. Ooh, daai swaar naam mense. Weet julle as dit hierdie tyd van die dag kom, kan jy nie meer praat nie. Maar none other than Pops Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm hand of applause. This man is absolutely phenomenal. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have our 2012 Idols contestant, top 3, Mr. Soul Singer, beautiful voice, Mr. Monday. What a gentleman. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have met a woman today. We have seen her in action. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the gem of Kuruman, none other than Beletsi. We can do better than that. This lady is a phenomenal. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard this choir. They took us to church. They took us to the Grand Parade in Cape Town. They brought us into into Africa. And this beautiful choir here is the Aggeneys Community Choir in collaboration with the Mzansi Youth Choir. Let's give them a lekker stywe hande klap. Fantastic, fantastic, all this talent here. I'm even changing my accent now. I want to go to the UK now. I think I must change now. Thank you guys, thank you so much. You were absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is still continuing. We are not yet finished. What we are going to look now at the screen is the highlights from today. And then afterwards, we are not yet finished. There's still going to be an award ceremony. So we please ask everybody not to leave now. Let's finish the award ceremony and then we can go home. We can only go home until I say, Hambagasle. So for now, enjoy the meal. Watch the nice highlights of today. Stay tuned. I will be with you in a few moments. Thank you very much. Namaste.
If you love somebody, better tell them why they're here, 'cause they just may run away from you. You'll never know what went well. Then again, it just depends on how long the time is left for you. I've had the highest mountains, I've had the deepest rivers. You can have it all, but now keep moving. I'll take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, tried to take the easy way. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't help it. I've traveled all this way, so I take it in, but don't look down. So I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world. Waiting on them for a while now. Paying my dues to the turn. I've been waiting for something. The whole thing for a while. Take it with me if I can. The dream of this is a child. I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world. Waiting my name for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting for something. The whole thing for a while. Take it with me if I can. The dream of this is a child.
Ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, we are not yet finished with our program. We are now almost at the last round of the program. So all that we are asking for is that everybody can take their seats, please. Can everybody take their seats? Because this is also a very prestigious part of this day. This is now the award ceremony. This is now that time of the day where everybody wants to say, ek staan eerste. So can we please settle down? Can everybody just have a seat, please? Thank you, thank you. Can everybody just have a seat, please? Can we please just work for 10 more minutes together? Then we can have all our chats. Or we take it from here to a coffee shop. I think this is, I need my fill up now with caffeine. So ladies and gentlemen, can we please have our seat because we are making ourselves ready for the award ceremony. We have the chairman of the Vedanta board with us and he's going to present this award. So ladies and gentlemen, please can we have our seats, and all that we're asking for is not to leave the building because this is still part of the program. So I think we can have our chats afterward, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just have a lekker seat, man. So that we can finish this and we can chat mos dan baie lekker, man. Dit dat korro ons in 'n Makwaland waar as ons praat van geselskap hou, dan praat ons van korro. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's finish the official program. Then we care. I think then we care. So I think Mr. Kumar is ready. He's ready for the award ceremony. I can see the chairman is also ready. I can see the CEO is ready. And I can also see the CEO is ready. And I am the Lenkie-o. Julle moet nou lag. Hy's 'n kwaai ene. And I'm one of those people, I think on my feet, man. So ladies and gentlemen, can we please just settle down? Can we settle down? Just 5 more minutes. Honorable Bekes, Honorable Sandra Bekes, Honorable Premier Sylvia Lucas, all the way from Kimberley. Honorable Premier, can we please have a seat, my sister? The Premier is challenging me for a dance. All the beautiful people of Vedanta is lining up here. They are ready for the award ceremony. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Satish Kumar, who's going to present this part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this great man a lekker hande klap. I think we can do better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to now invite our beloved chairman and our CEO, Group CEO, Mr. Anil Agarwal and Mr. Venkat, to please come to the stage. Deshni, you may also please join us. This is a very important moment for all of us. As all the speakers spoke about this project, today we would like to recognize some business partners, some individuals who have contributed in recognition of this great project, what they have done. I'm going to call the first category is for the Business Partners Awards. We have various categories of awards. The first category, as our value, #1 value of safety. This is the award for the safety excellence. There are 2 companies who are going to get this award. The one, B&W Instrumentation and Electrical Pty Limited. Please come forward. The representative of the B&W Instrumentation and Electrical, please come forward. There, in recognition of 0 LTIs, proactive safety behavior, and safety risk management. B&W Instrumentation. Again, one more award for safety excellence. Saudi Holdings, they did all the scaffolding job. It involved a lot of risk, but they did it with 0 injuries. Saudi Holdings. Saudi Holdings next. Another very important award, award for the timely completion. Successful undertaking of civil construction, Murray and Dixon Construction Pty Limited. Today, as the speaker spoke about the laboratory, award for the technological advancement, IMP Automation Pty Limited. IMP Automation. Robots is your brainchild, robots. We spoke about the tailings dam, which won various international recognition awards. We would like to call Knight Pissiloid for the innovative design and Liviro Civils for the construction of the tailings dam. Please, Knight Pissiloid and Liviro Civils. Okay, we can do it later. Fine, we can do it later. Project is all about quality. Award for quality excellence in structural and mechanical construction. ELB Constructions, Elpcon Pty Limited. High quality structural work, almost zero rework. When I say to the people that there have been no work, no rework, that's Elpcon for you. Yeah. ELB Constructions. Yeah. We spoke about local skills development and training. And I must applaud Avenge Movements Pty Limited for capacity building of local communities. I still remember those days when we brought the simulator and people didn't know what is trucks. Today, we can proudly say that a lot of local skills have been developed and they employ a lot of local manpower within this province. Avenge Movements Pty Limited, please come forward. Next award category, very, very important for all of us. The local small businesses. Chairman always speaks about SMME development. I could like to say there are three companies who qualify for this award. Camacho Innovations Pty Limited, who did our housing work, Camrod Piping, and Aruru Transport. Camacho Innovations, Camrod Piping, and Aruru Transport. All these local businesses have shown exemplary work and have withstood throughout the highs and the lows of the project with us always. Aruru Transport, Camacho Innovations, and Camrod Piping. Aruru Transport, award for the local emerging business partner, emerging local business partner, Silu and Sons. Silu and Sons. They have shown very high potential. Silu and Sons. Silo and Sons. That will speed up. That completes the awards for the business partner categories. Now it's very, very important to recognize few individuals. Very important to recognize few individuals who have contributed through the thick and thin of this project. The Achievers Award. The first award goes to our own Michelle Wheels for the administrative work with high customer satisfaction. Michelle Wheels, please come forward. The next one, Eldrico de Jong. Eldrico de Jong, being a hardworking person and having undertaken extended roles. The third person in this category is Patrick Spall, having managed all the quality control in mining. Patrick has been one of our earlier members, did manage the geology and blending requirements very well. Next award, next Achievers Award category, Wayne Hempel for independently managing the tailing storage facility package. Wayne Hempel. Wayne single-handedly managed the tailings dam package without much fuss and not having any requirement of any elevation of issues. Wayne, well done. Very important award, being a dependable and having delivered the milling area with highest quality, Nitin Chaurasia. Nitin, please come forward. Nitin managed the largest area of plant construction, which ensured the highest quality, especially in the milling area. The next person to receive this, Cindy Hendricks. Cindy Hendricks learned very fast and single-handedly took care of the electrical jobs of the entire project. And she's the biggest talent find in this entire project. Cindy Hendricks is the biggest talent find in this entire project. Nitin. The next one, award for the highest potential, Desiree Mackerman. She has been a management trainee when she joined, and she took independent charge and has shown the highest potential for growth. Desiree, please come forward. Desiree, please come forward. Next category is the individuals from our business partners, without which this project would not have happened. The Achievers Award for the business partner category, Grant Small, improved blasting efficiency, our blasting engineer, Grant Small. Grant, please come forward from BME. The next one, Harvey Vandermeer. Harvey from MND has always been site. Whether it is Saturday, whether it is Sunday, always he's there at site. And he ensured that they received even the timely completion job. And that credit should go to Harvey. Harvey, please come forward. Johan Creamer from Triple S. Johan Creamer from Triple S. Johan Creamer from Triple S has always assisted us with even a short notice. And he managed the camp safety and he ensured that all the employees, all the 3,000 people are well fed and well taken care. person, Johan Kramer, please come forward. Next person is Petrus Klute. Petrus Klute, having managed the production coordinator for Moolmans. Then the biggest of the one, we cannot forget this gentleman. This gentleman has played a significant role in the whole plant and infrastructure project. This is one person who has been there from day number one. Even today, he is there in the project, Mr. Alistair Mackay, for outstanding project leadership. Alistair, Petrus Klute, please come forward. Alistair, please come forward. Alistair from ELB has to be undoubtedly the main person from day number one of the plan and package. That concludes our awards function. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we do have one last award, but before we do that, for the individuals that came on charters this morning, blue and green, may you please make your way out of the marquee because your charter is about to leave you. We don't want to keep you here. We love you, but we don't want to keep you. Thank you so much. Yeah, anyone with blue and green tickets, please move to the outside of the marquee. Louise, bring me that one award.
Zimbabwe, Zaire, Zambia, Mozambique. Andivisa kwele. Sikati ndiyasebenza mushe, andiburari muntu, andibaisi kavivi. Gentlemen.
Hello, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have given all the awards, but there is one award that needs special mention. And in any Oscar ceremony, it's left until the very end. And that award goes to none other than a dear colleague, Deshni Naidu, who's done a fantastic job in getting this project up and running. Wonderful job done. We are very thankful for her, to Veeran and the family as well for the support. And I'll pass the phone on to Chairman to say a few words.
I have said, but I can tell you, I never experienced such a warmth and a beautiful occasion. Everybody has a time to participate, to give their good wishes, their blessing, which is very, very important. And especially to our people, I never felt that each of our person, Satish and his whole team, and the girls, the engineers, the safety people, the local people, the community people, the mayor, everybody was so heart-filling. Even the lady which is sitting in the sari, what a beautiful occasion. This will never happen unless there is some superpower help us. So God help us to think good, we think for the community, we think for the industry, and we can think how South Africa can go forward. So thank you very much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that concludes today. I think all of you have seen this is not just talking, that Gamsberg is indeed more than a mine. So thank you that you've been here today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your smiles. Thank you for your support and your ongoing support. Please drive home safely from all of us. Hamburger, mooi loop, mooi ry en ons sien mekaar weer hierso. Ek dink dit is die eerste van baie groot geleenthede wat nog hier gaan plaasvind. Bye bye. Mooi loop, lekker ry. Oh.